And they're off. Boston Bay out well. Drill Hall along the inside. Third on the outside is Tipsy Fox. Joey Bones is taking back, and under a hold early is Sailing the Islands. Out of the chute and onto the backstretch they go. Drill Hall has slipped up the inside to put the head in front of Boston Bay. Tipsy Fox is stalking the pace, racing 3 deeps. Fighting the riders, Sailing the Islands, and the new trailer is Joey Bones. They begin to spread themselves out about 4 lengths front to back. The opening quarter was a very sensible 23 and forward as Drill Hall now racing a length better than Boston Bay. Tipsy Fox remains in third, racing 3 wide into the turn. Sailing the Islands needs somewhere to go, still tugging at Juan Crawford. Still racing at the back is Joey Bones. They race within the 3 furlong pole, and now Boston Bay putting the pressure on Drill Hall, puts the head in front past the half in 46 and 4. Sailing the Islands is now angling off the inside. Looks like he has horse past Tipsy Fox, and Joey Bones still at the back. At the head of the lane, it is Boston Bay and Edgar Zenteno. Drill Hall fights back, and Sailing the Islands is right there. 3 across the track with 1/8 of a mile left to go. The advantage is Boston Bay. Sailing the Islands on the outside. Drill Hall is digging in. Sailing the Islands trying to get by Boston Bay. Boston Bay has the lead, going better now, coming down to the wire. Boston Bay is the best. Boston Bay 1 3/4 over Sailing the Islands, then Drill Hall and Joey Bones. 6.5 furlongs and 1:18 and 1. And they're off. Miko Maki out well with Rise My Guide to the outside, chasing Bourbon along the fence. Manetka taking back, and the early trailer is going to be Beer Mosa. Assuming control to set the pace, it is Miko Maki racing a length and a half better than Rise My Guy. Chasing Bourbon is saving ground. Beer Mosa advancing on the outside, and the new trailer is Manetka as they race down the backstretch. Inside the half-mile pole, the opening quarter was a quick 22 and 3. Miko Maki is now opened up 2.5 lengths. Chasing Bourbon still racing in second on the inside of Rise My Guide. Then it's a gap of 2 to Manetka and Beer Mosa at the back. The field strings themselves out midway around the turn. It is still Miko Maki yet to be challenged. Chasing Bourbon and Rise My Guy both trying to inch closer from second and third. 4 more lengths to Beer Mosa and Manetka. 45 and 3 to the half at the head of the lane. The lead still belongs to Miko Maki. They're getting closer from the back. Here comes Rise My Guy down the outside and Chasing Bourbon. Miko Maki still holding at the 8th pole. It's Miko Maki up by 2. Rise My Guy trying from second. Beer Mosa trying to rally late, but coming down to the wire. Miko Maki going to take them gate to wire. It's Miko Maki and Leo Salas by 2 lengths. Rise My Guy second, then Beer Mosa and Chasing Bourbon. 6 furlongs and 1:11 and 1. And they're off. Rifling broke sharply from the rail. Stole the Ring is also showing up. And here comes Creative Performance from the center to rush up and take the early lead. It is Creative Performance and Pierre Malhot racing a length better than Rifling on the inside of Stole the Ring. 1.5 to Fermenter, who's racing as a pair with Ashwicken. The field is spread out 3 lengths front to back. It's Creative Performance now being pressed by Stole the Ring. Stole the Ring applying the pressure with the blinkers on today. Rifling is now sitting in third on the inside of Fermenter, and deep on the course is Ashwicken. The opening quarter is 23 seconds flat. They go into the turn, and now Creative Performance has counterpunched and gone a length better than Stole the Ring. Rifling still watching from third, 2 lengths off the leaders, 1.5 to Fermenter in fourth, and Ashwicken going to need to get going from the back. Creative Performance will not be left alone by Stole the Ring. These two have been fighting for about a quarter of a mile now. They're at the quarter pole. The half was 46-1. Rifling liking what she sees from third. Needs to get going. 2 lengths to make up on the leaders. Fermenter and well back to Ashwicken, who's beaten today. Creative Performance finding more in the stretch. She's up by a length over Stole the Ring. It's a gap of 3 to Rifling, who is not fired. Fermenter and Ashwicken have tailed off. Creative Performance now extending the margin. It is Creative Performance who had to fight back and was able to respond, winning by 3 lengths. Stole the Ring was second, then Rifling well back to Fermenter, 6.5 furlongs and 119-1. And they're off. Feel the beat out sharply. Paperback Hero taking back early. Mobilizer from the outside showing speed. That leaves Blue Max in a stalking position from third. He's racing a length better than Palace Prince. Then it's 2.5 back to Paperback Hero. Mobilizer on the outside puts the neck in front of Feel the Beat. Blue Max in a good spot, 1.5 lengths back in third. Then another 1.5 to Palace Prince. And still at last, 7 lengths off the leaders is Paperback Hero. The opening quarter is 23 seconds flat, contested by Feel the Beat and Mobilizer. Feel the Beat now putting the advantage back in front. Blue Max still waiting in the wings from third, 2 lengths off the dueling leaders. Palace Prince in a good spot from fourth, and Paperback Hero begins to inch closer from the back. Within the 3 furlong pole, Mobilizer has now taken the lead once again from Feel the Beat. They went the half in 45-4, and now Blue Max angles to the outside and is descending quickly. 3 across the track at the quarter pole, and Blue Max takes the lead at the head of the lane. It is Blue Max and Edgar Zenteno. Mobilizer and Feel the Beat battling it out for second. Here comes Paperback Hero from the back rallying, but Blue Max might have gotten the jump. It is Blue Max up by 4. Paperback Hero into second. Palace Prince third, but no doubt about this one, Blue Max is much the best. Blue Max goes on to a 5-length score. Paperback Hero second, then Palace Prince, Mobilizer, and Feel the Beat. 6.5 furlongs and 116-2. And they're off. A good beginning. Princess Mayfair hustled along for the early lead, but being quickly out-sprinted by Naughty and Nice. Racing along the inside is Among the Roses with Gambler's Pose. Dropping to the inside is Dixie Morning. Awesome Spirit Gal going to be wide into the opening turn. And the trailer is Ghostly Perfection. Naughty and Nice is setting the pace, being tracked by the favorite Princess Mayfair. These two have opened up 4 lengths on Among the Roses. Advancing on the outside is Awesome Spirit Gal. Saving ground from 5th is Gambler's Pose. Then we have Dixie Morning, and still trailing is Ghostly Perfection. 23-1 for the opening quarter. The pace still being set by Naughty and Nice. The lead is in a length over Princess Mayfair. Still 5 more to Among the Roses and Awesome Spirit Gal racing as a pair. Dixie Morning puts the head in front of Gambler's Pose, and still yet to rally is Ghostly Perfection. Into the far turn they go. Princess Mayfair is still yet to catch Naughty and Nice. The lead is a length and a half, past a half in 46-2. Princess Mayfair now comes under some encouragement. Awesome Spirit Gal moving well in 3rd. Among the Roses 4th. Here comes a rally from Gambler's Pose. Dixie Morning, and still at the back, Ghostly Perfection. It is Naughty and Nice looking to make all the running in an upset. Naughty and Nice is up by 3. Not today for Princess Mayfair. Big rally down the outside from Gambler's Pose, looking to spring a big upset. It's Naughty and Nice still on top. Gambler's Pose is coming. Ghostly Perfection from the back. Naughty and Nice. Here's Gambler's Pose. Gambler's Pose and Leo Salas get up to win. Gambler's Pose win by 1.5. Naughty and Nice held second from Ghostly Perfection, then Princess Mayfair. About 7 furlongs in 126-2. And they're off. A very clean beginning. Easy Access hustling out for the early lead. To her outside is Heading West. 3rd saving ground is Catchy Name with Sobriana 4th along the rail. Then we have Orbiting the Sky racing as a pair with Remember Old Times. And the early trailer is Mimi's Holiday. Easy Access leading the way, a length and a quarter better than Heading West. Stalking on the inside is Sobriana with Catchy Name to her outside. They went the opening quarter in 22-3. Racing in 5th is Remember Old Times, then Orbiting the Sky. Still at the back is Mimi's Holiday. Still on top at a big price, it's Easy Access and Michael David, 2 lengths clear of Heading West. Here comes a 3-wide advance from Remember Old Times. Between horses is Catchy Name, Sobriana. At the back still Orbiting the Sky and Mimi's Holiday. Still leading the way past a half in 46 flat, it is Easy Access. Easy Access in control as they swing for the drive. Heading West is 2nd. Remember Old Times 3rd. And from the far outside, here comes Orbiting the Sky. Now, Remember Old Times takes the lead from a tired Easy Access. Here comes Orbiting the Sky, looking to come from the back. Orbiting the Sky rallying up to Remember Old Times. Remember Old Times looking for the wire. It's down to these 2. Orbiting the Sky gets up. It's Orbiting the Sky over Remember Old Times, then Mimi's Holiday and Heading West. 6 furlongs in 113 flat. And they're off. Half Lit lunged at the start. He's last early. Exceed showing speed with Bound Lucky. Along the inside is Amazing Success with Bend in the River also now showing up. Thunder Heavy Rain is deep on the course. Then towards the back are Brady O'Brady and Half Lit. With a short advantage, it's Bound Lucky now being pressured by Bend in the River, who slipped up the inside. 3rd between them is Exceed. Half Lit after the slow break is rushed up into 4th, just a length off the leaders, with Thunder Heavy Rain racing in 5th. Shuffled back was Amazing Success, who now trails the field with Brady O'Brady. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. They are 3 across the track. On the inside, it's Bend in the River, Bound Lucky racing between horses, and Exceed is 3 deep. These 3 have opened up 5 lengths on Amazing Success, who's traveling well. Half Lit is trying to get going with Brady O'Brady and Thunder Heavy Rain. 46 flat to the half, a bit of bumping between Bend in the River and Bound Lucky. Exceed has called it quits. From the back, trying to launch the rally now. That is Amazing Success and Brady O'Brady. Bound Lucky and Bend in the River are still going at it. Here comes Amazing Success and Brady O'Brady down the far outside. Amazing Success and Markley Buchanan get up in time. It's Amazing Success. Brady O'Brady was up for second over Bend in the River, then Bound Lucky. 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 3. And they're off. Chrome's Big Break out a step slowly. Up the inside, Spirit Bell is going for the early lead. JMR Gemma also hustled along. Loaded Question going to be forwardly placed after the slow start. Chrome's Big Break is making a big rush deep on the track. Dixie Ribsy between horses. Freret is taken back and following the wall of horses out of the trouble, and at the back early is Tamina. Into the turn they go. This is a very clustered early race. Spirit Bell on the inside. Loaded Question now takes the advantage past a quarter in 22 and 3. Chrome's Big Break is into second. Following horses is Musical Ride. Up the inside, Freret with Dixie Ribsy trying to launch a wide rally. JMR Gemma between horses. And at the back, Tamina has a lot of work to do, but look at this. Loaded Question has opened up 2 lengths. Freret finishing strongly up the inside, angling off to split that one, and Chrome's Big Break. Musical Ride deep on the course, and Tamina from the back. Loaded Question has the lead. Freret is coming. It's these two. Freret with a late surge. Freret and Omar Marino going to get up to win the nightcap. It's Freret by a length over Loaded Question. Tamina was up for third, then a photo for fourth between Musical Ride and Chrome's Big Break. 5 furlongs in 59 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for another week of racing here at the Border Oval. It's a bit of a gloomy day here in the Niagara region, light rain showers. The main track is muddy and we are off the turf for today's card. It's currently 20 degrees Celsius or 69 Fahrenheit. Slight breeze coming out of the west at 9 miles per hour and 29 minutes to first post. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium. The FELRC is proud to celebrate its 15th anniversary of independently operating the Fort Erie racetrack. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 3 p.m. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern brings Halloween fun for families to the racetrack. It's October 14th and it kicks off at noon. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.50 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Jackpot High Five carryover is up to $2,164.81. Play the Jackpot High Five in today's 8th and final race. Or 7th race, I should say. We're going to have a non-winning ticket draw today here at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning ticket and drop them in the basket at customer service for your chance to win one of 3 prize packages. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Changes on today's card. We have a rider change in race 1 on the number 2, A Sting for Love. Make the rider Alexis Sanchez. In race 2, we have a vet scratch of the number 5, Tachyon Speed. Race 3 is off the turf. It will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Steward scratch the number 2, It's a Birdie. And vet scratch the number 3, Ashwicken. Race 4 has no changes. In race 5, we have an overweight on the number 3, Red Eleanor. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 122. Race 6 is off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratch the number 5, Turf and Surf. Steward scratch the number 6, Joy in the Battle. And Steward scratch the number 9, Seeds of Grandeur. In race 7, we have a rider change on the number 5, Can't Glide by Cats. Make the rider Fraser Abley and correct the weight to 124 pounds. Back here for a 7-race card here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Muddy surface to deal with today. No turf racing due to the rain. Nevertheless, some competitive races on card. Let's take a look at our selections. Race 1 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. I think we have a pretty dangerous shipper coming in from Woodbine in the number 3. She's a crowd pleaser. John Ross sending this one down with the riding services of Fraser Abley. She's a crowd pleaser. She's run a couple of okay races, but the results have been mostly disappointing at Woodbine. Doesn't seem to matter the distance or the surface. She gets down here against a very soft group at the $4,000 level. She has some speed. She should like the dirt. I think if she gets loose on the lead, she will be tough to catch here. Second choice is the number 5, Ring It Up, for owner-trainer Louis Cappy. Omar Marino had a winner on last week's Tuesday card. Ring It Up has been second best in her last 2 starts over the dirt, last time behind the runaway Tachyon Speed. Before that, ran a close second to Ferocious Queen. Her race in the slot back in July was a very flat effort, but was against much better company. At this level over a sloppy track, Ring It Up could factor much better. Then for the show spot, number 1, Queen Sahara, goes for trainer Josh Robillard, Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Queen Sahara has some speed. She's been racing well on the dirt, seconds and thirds. Fits with this group, could make the lead from the inside if she's a crowd pleaser, doesn't go. We'll see what we get out of Queen Sahara this time. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Scratch down to a field of 5. I've landed on the inside with the number 3, Few Regrets. Few Regrets was claimed for $4,000 back in July. Ran an okay third up at Woodbine in a short field, then came back here in a race that was very spread out at the $8,000 level. Finished third, got beat 14 lengths. It was a 4-horse field. Wasn't much of an effort. She did run well over a sloppy track back on July 15th. She shouldn't mind the mud here. She did break her maiden in the slop at Mountaineer back in April. This is a pretty soft field. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 2, She's Hot to Trot. Broke her seconditis streak on August 18th, was able to break the maiden and start number 11, then came back at the 4,002 life level and went back to finishing second, got beat a length to Signature Ring. She likes a muddy track. Few Regrets might not fire today. She's Hot to Trot could earn the second lifetime win. I wouldn't hold the seconditis record against her. Then for third, the number 1, Silent Princess. Broke her maiden for $4,000 back on September 9th in a pretty soft field. Has to run against a little tougher, obviously, in her first start against winners. Could earn a check in this short field. Race 3 is off the turf. It's going to be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares which have never won 3. $6,250 down to $6,000 is the claiming price. And the complexion changes greatly moving on to the dirt here. I've landed with the number 5, Rumors Fly, looking to go back-to-back. Austin Adams will retain the mount. This one's been moved to the barn of trainer Kevin Buttigieg, who has had her before. Rumors Fly beat 4,000 non-twos on September 16th in a 1 mile and 70 yard race, same distance as today, was able to rally in the stretch. There's not a lot of good dirt form in this race, and I think Rumors Fly just could take advantage of soft competition. The number 6, Queen Gypsy, could be an interesting new shooter. Comes down from Woodbine, has been moved from Tino Attard to the Kevin Buttigieg barn. She won a 15,002 life at Woodbine on the Tapeta back in July, but 2 starts at the 75 non-3 level. She just has not been a factor at all. It's really going to be a matter of whether or not she handles the dirt surface. Queen Gypsy, definitely a wild card here. Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Then the number 7, Chrome's Angel. Came down to Fort Erie last week, September 16th. Ran a distant third behind Princess Aleska for $8,000 in a sprint. They're going to stretch her out to 1 mile and 70 yards here. She didn't really fire back in a rout back in June, but that was against the boys. Society Joe, the Puss in Boots Cup winner, was the winner of that June 22nd race. Leo Sala is going to ride for trainer Joe Humber. Race 4, probably the race I'm looking forward to most on today's card. It's a claimer for 3-year-olds and up, no conditions. $5,000 down to $4,750 the tag, 6.5 furlongs the distance. A lot of really solid horses in here. I've landed on a horse who I've really become a fan of this year, the number 3, Free Square. He hasn't even won here at Fort Erie yet, but I just like the way he runs. He runs well against good company. Last time was second best behind Big Time Louie for $6,250. Before that, third behind Shaku Maku and Ace Destroyer. He's really been running respectable efforts against some of the better older horses on the grounds. Drops in for 5. I think he should be tough. Leo Salas picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis. On the inside, number 1, Mr. Banjo Man might be the one to beat. This one is plunging in from the starter optional 10 level, in for $5,000. He has a lot of speed, this horse. Last time was third behind Blue Max, who we saw come back to win very impressively again last week. This is just another one. Class relief should help. He has speed from the inside. Tanika Wolf going to ride for trainer Dale Powell. This was a solid horse at Tampa Bay Downs, and he should be very solid for this tag here at Fort Erie. Then for the show spot, the 9-year-old Dots Vision, a very solid old horse here at Fort Erie. He comes out of the same race as Mr. Banjo Man. Ran okay, finished 5th, got beat 4 lengths. It wasn't terrible at all. He was only 1.25 lengths behind Mr. Banjo Man that day. I like him better over a fast track than the slop or the mud. I like him better on turf, obviously, but Omar Marino riding for trainer Joe Humber. Dots Vision could be in the hunt. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 6.5 furlongs. There's a very obvious choice here, the number 5, Frackamore. Frackamore was claimed for $15,000 at Woodbine back in August. Came down here, romped in a maiden special weight on the dirt, took a shot in the Rondeau Bay, was the only horse with dirt experience in the race, got loose on the lead, and was able to win by a length, made $60,000 off of a $15,000 claim. Pretty impressive stat there on Frackamore. The only question today is the muddy track, but she should handle it. She should be the main speed. I just don't know who's good enough to beat her. I think it's the right move running her here. She's not going to win against tougher horses at Woodbine. The purse here is smaller, but she loves this surface. I think she'll run gate to wire again. Justin Stein up for trainer Julie Mathis. On the outside, number 6, Clara You the Best, rallied to win a 2-life allowance over a sloppy track on September 9th. Takes the step into the non-3 ranks here, and at least we know this one likes a wet track. So if you do have doubts about Frackamore at a very short price, Clara You the Best could pick up the pieces. Then in for show, the number 4, Castleton. Wasn't much of a rally, just passed a couple of very tired foes to when she was finishing second behind Get My Drift, who won by 11 lengths on September 9th. We saw Princess Alaska come out of that race to win, though. So Castleton, I don't expect her to win, but I do expect her to run on for a small share. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Race 6 is a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a tag of $10,000. We're off the turf, so we're going to go 6.5 furlongs on the main track here. I've gone to the inside runner, number 1, Spirit Bell. Spirit Bell looks like the main speed here and loves a sloppy track. She's 3 for 4 over a wet track with 1/3 in there. I don't know if anyone's as quick as her out of the gate at this 6.5 furlong distance. I just think she'll get loose and keep going, or at least hold on. Edgar Zenteno riding for owner-trainer Sam Melly. Number 4, Sweet Serenade, goes for trainer Eric Raganoff. Melanie Pinto going to ride this time. Sweet Serenade ran a very good second in the Molson Cup behind Menagerie, who's going to show up here. That was a good run. Menagerie had a perfect trip that day. Before that, she was able to win an open allowance on the turf. Her only dirt start, she ran 3rd behind Pluie Devril, going 1 mile and a 16th. Now we're going to cut back to a sprint, which is a bit of a question. Muddy track for the first time for Sweet Serenade, another thing we have to question here, but she's in good form, and I think she will perform well. Then the number 8, Pluie Devril, obviously won her last start on the dirt. She beat Sweet Serenade that day. That was back on July 22nd. Ran an okay 4th on the turf on August 12th, but did not fire in the open allowance on August 27th and opted to skip the Molson Cup. Shows up here, back on the dirt. I prefer around 2 turns, but I'm definitely not discounting her as she has won at the 6.5 furlong distance before. Last race of the day, race 7, is a claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. $4,000 the claiming tag, 6.5 furlongs the distance. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in the 7th. I've landed on the number 3, Executive Chairman. Juan Crawford and Sharon Chicotto have been a deadly combo in recent weeks. Executive Chairman dueled on the lead and got tired when racing for $5,000 on September 10th. Got beat by repeat winner Amazing Success that day. I don't love the wet track for Executive Chairman, but he's only raced on it once, so I'll give him a mulligan. I like to drop in for $4,000. I don't think he needs to be on the lead either. I could see him getting his overdue first win of the year here. Number 7, Union Colonel. Another one who ran well behind Amazing Success. That was the same September 10th race. Sat mid-pack and rallied to be 3rd by just a length. Hard to believe this horse hasn't won a race this year because he is very solid. Last year, he really took advantage of his conditions on the turf course. If he runs the way he did last time, he will be 1, 2, 3, dropping in for 4. Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Robert Warner. Then the number 6, Bait and Switch, taking another drop. He was a distant 3rd behind Bound Lucky at this level on September 3rd. Another one never been on a wet dirt track, so that's an unknown. He won for 8,003 life back in July. Now we're continue to drop down the ladder. Amanda Vandermeer is going to ride for the first time for trainer Tony Alderson. Bait and Switch definitely in with a shot. So there you have it, 7 races on tap today. Definitely some wide open races over the muddy track. 14 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We get ready here with the opener. It's a $4,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares here, 3-year-olds and upward, on the muddy main track at a distance of 5.5 furlongs. I'll kick it off with the inside runner, the number 1, Queen Sahara. This one for Josh Robillard. Really hasn't done anything wrong since coming here to Fort Erie and getting onto the dirt. It seems to have wakened this one up, and last time out was at this level. Just defeated in the end, was part of that pace scenario, and backed up a little bit in there, beaten by 2 lengths when it was all said and done. But I think with this track today and kind of how you figure you need to be in terms of position, inside draw last time out showed some early zip. I think we're going to see that once again today, and obviously cutting back from 6 furlongs to 5.5 furlongs should help this daughter of Reload. But she is 0 for 14 so far in her career, so I use her on top. The number 5, Ring It Up's an interesting one here. Has finished second in those 2 local starts here as of late over the main track. Prior to that, didn't fire at the maiden special weight ranks over the dirt, but seems to have waken up in those last 2. Drops in for the lowest tag, and I think the thing to notice is those last 2, I preferred the effort 2 back. She actually finished in front of Queen Sahara, and last time out, she was a well-beaten second. The winner, Tachyon Speed, was able to draw clear by over 10 lengths when it was all said and done, but we'll see the trip that this one is going to get. I just wonder if she's at a little bit of a disadvantage where she might have to close from off of it, and we'll see how it plays here over the off-going. You just don't want to be too far back, and we saw that 2 starts back. She was only had 1 horse behind her early, and that didn't really fare well for her in terms of she had a lot of work to do late. Still ended up second, but I do use her here underneath. And finally, looking at the others, the number 3, she's a crowd pleaser, a newcomer here to Fort Erie who does have a slew of workouts over the training track up at Woodbine, and both of them were bullet drills. I understand one of them was all the way back in June, but more recently we saw one in late August, 36 flat for the 3 furlong distance. From a pedigree perspective, should be fine on the dirt and does show a little bit of early foot. So not only is this a surface switch, but this is a change of scenery coming out of those races up at Woodbine against tougher, dropping in for the bottom here at Fort Erie. Obviously, I assume they're looking to graduate here and maybe to find her a new barn here locally at Fort Erie, so she could have a live shot in here. A couple different ways to go here in the opener if you're playing that early pick 5. For me, go with the 1, then the 5, and end things out here with the 3. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750, traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,000. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade. Number 1 is Queen Sahara. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 2 is A Sting for Love. Alexis Sanchez picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is She's a Crowd Pleaser. Fraser Abley in the saddle for trainer John Ross and owner Lou Cavaleris. Pier 1 Stables own the number 4, Fulcra. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Ken Albu. Number 5 is Ring It Up. Omar Marino riding for owner-trainer Louis Cappy. Completing the field, number 6, Always My Fault. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 3 minutes to post for race 1. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Current favorite at 2-1 is the number 4, Fulcra. 3-1 support on both the number 5, Ring It Up, and the 1, Queen Sahara. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 1. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Maiden claiming fillies and mares to kick off the racing week here at Fort Erie Racetrack. First up is Queen Sahara with Kirk Johnson. A Sting for Love with Alexis Sanchez. She's a Crowd Pleaser in from Woodbine with Fraser Abley. Fulcra with Leo Salas. Ring It Up and Omar Marino. Last in will be Always My Fault and Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. A pretty level beginning. A Sting for Love is showing up. Always My Fault deep on the track with Fulcra splitting them. Back in mid-pack are Queen Sahara and She's a Crowd Pleaser racing as a pair. Then it's 2 back to Ring It Up, who trails early. A Sting for Love has made the lead on the inside, being pressed by Fulcra. After the sharp beginning, Always My Fault is back into third, racing as a pair with Queen Sahara. She's a Crowd Pleaser now towards the back with Ring It Up. They go into the turn, 3 furlongs left to travel. The opening quarter was 22-3, and it's a Sting for Love now up by 1.5 and moving comfortably. Fulcra is racing in second. It's a gap of 3 to Always My Fault and Queen Sahara. She's a Crowd Pleaser still at the back with Ring It Up. Within the final quarter of a mile, it is a Sting for Love looking to make all the running. The advantage is 2.5 with 3/16 of a mile left to go. Fulcra second. Queen Sahara up the fence. It's well back to the next 3. She's a Crowd Pleaser trying to rally belatedly, but it is a Sting for Love and Alexis Sanchez. They're up by 4 in the final 16th. A Sting for Love going to be a clear winner here in the opener. A Sting for Love wins by 4.5. Fulcra was second, then Queen Sahara and She's a Crowd Pleaser. 5.5 furlongs in 105-4. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 2, A Sting for Love. Second is the 4, Fulcra. Third, number 1, Queen Sahara. And fourth, number 3, She's a Crowd Pleaser. Unofficial race 1 order, 2-4-1-3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 2, A Sting for Love. A Sting for Love is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Reload out of B Sting, a homebred here in Ontario for Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez. A Sting for Love is trained by Julie Mathis for Bruno Chickadans. A Sting for Love comes down to take her maiden score in her Fort Erie debut, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:05.4. Congratulations to the connections of A Sting for Love. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. And race 1 is now official. Prices are up. A Sting for Love returns $9.90 to win, $6.70 and $4.50. Second, number 4, Fulcra, $3.70 to place, $2.80. Third, number 1, Queen Sahara, $2.70 to show. $2 exacta, 2-4, 32.10. The $1 try, 2-4-1, 48.05. $1 super, 2-4-1-3, $128.85. We had a claim out of race 1, the number 3, She's a Crowd Pleaser, claimed by owner-trainer Paula Loescher. Changes for race 2, Vet Scratch the number 5, Tachyon Speed, 19 minutes to post.
Race 2 is for fillies and mares, $5,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 life, set to go 6 furlongs here on the main track. And there was a key scratch in here of the 5 Tachyon Speed, so I did adjust my selections just slightly in here. The number 3, Few Regrets, ends up being my top selection here. I know this horse is 0 for 3 on the main track at Fort Erie, but I just think looking at those efforts, even last time out, was in for a higher tag, was in for 7,000, drops in class today. I think it flatters her a lot that the runner-up, Princess Bruchera, was able to come back and win quite nicely here. And I just think the class relief is probably what she needs to get back on track, and she does have experience over the off-going. She's been successful. She's been actually in the money twice, one of which was a win, from 3 starts. Now, I think our main rival is the number 2, She's Hot to Trot, who I did use on top last time out while she was facing winners for the first time, and she was just second best behind Signature Ring, and I think a lot had to do with the track conditions for the winner, at least. In terms of Signature Ring, both of those wins have been here locally over and off track, where she was able to make the lead, was able to win on the front end, and She's Hot to Trot was just trying to close from off of it and trying to pick up the pieces, and she was able to. That's sort of her running style. Look at her record. She's a one-time winner from those 12 starts, but 8 runner-up finishes, and I think in here she could get the win. I wouldn't count her out here. If you're looking at that early pick 4 wagering opportunity, I think she's a must-use. I think you have to use the 2 and the 3, and then obviously anyone else you like in here. And finally, number 6, Always Rosie, will end up being my 3rd pick in here. I know last time out she was only 4th in that effort. She was beaten by 8 lengths, and she actually exits the same race as She's Hot to Trot. I'm just hoping that maybe with a different rider today, Juan Crawford can put her into the ball a little bit earlier. She's been typically trying to close from off of it with a compact field and the off track. I do think she's going to need to be put into this race a little bit early, and Juan's a little bit more on the aggressive side and maybe can do that for her, but she's going to need to step it up to try to get a bigger share, in my opinion, just looking at her local race record over the main track. So on paper, I think it's a 2-horse race between the 2 and the 3. I give the slight nod to the number 3. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Silent Princess. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Number 2 is She's Hot to Trot. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Few Regrets. Alexis Sanchez in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Number 4 is Golden Spring. Leo Sala is riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Archie Lee. Scratch to 5, completing the field, number 6 is Always Rosie. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 2 minutes to post for race 2. Starting gate has taken position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Field for race 2 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at even money is the number 3, Few Regrets. This race kicks off the early pick 4. First to load will be Silent Princess with Amanda Vandermeersch, a last out winner. She's Hot to Trot with Mark Lee Buchanan. Few Regrets, Alexis Sanchez looking to sweep the early double. Golden Spring with Leo Salas. Last up will be Always Rosie and Juan Crawford. They've opened the front of the gates for Always Rosie. She steps in, gate secured. All set. It looks like Leo Salas is off of Golden Spring. He's getting reset now. And they're off. Golden Spring broke sharply with She's Hot to Trot. Silent Princess along the fence gaining position. Always Rosie is going to be deep on the course, and the early trailer will be Few Regrets. Setting the early pace, it is Golden Spring and Leo Salas. They're up by a length over Silent Princess, who's tugging at the rider from the rail. Stalking the pace on the outside in third is Always Rosie. A gap of 3 back to She's Hot to Trot as Silent Princess has to check back. Still trailing the field off of the fence is Few Regrets. The opening quarter was 22-4. They race into the turn. It is Golden Spring up by 2. Always Rosie is chasing in second. Silent Princess comes under a ride but is being passed by She's Hot to Trot, and still at the back is Few Regrets. They're 8 lengths front to back, and Golden Spring has led from the onset. Always Rosie is under right-handed encouragement but not doing much running. She's Hot to Trot trying to gain ground. Few Regrets needs to do better from the back, and a Silent Princess has tailed off. Down the stretch they come. It is Golden Spring and Leo Salas looking confident at the 8th pole. She's Hot to Trot rallying down the outside trying to make a race of it, but Golden Spring still has a 2-length cushion. She's Hot to Trot coming down the outside, coming down to the wire. Golden Spring holds on. It's Golden Spring 3/4 of a length over She's Hot to Trot. Always Rosie held show from Few Regrets. 6 furlongs and 1:12-1. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 4, Golden Spring. Second is the 2, She's Hot to Trot. Third, number 6, Always Rosie. And fourth, number 3, Few Regrets. Unofficial race 2 order, 4-2-6-3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's claim of foul and a steward's inquiry involving the run into the turn. Rider of number 1, Silent Princess, claiming foul against the unofficial winner, number 4, Golden Spring. So then that's a rider's claim of foul, 1 against 4, and a steward's inquiry into the running of race 2. Hold all tickets as this inquiry proceeds. Claim of foul has been disallowed. There will be no change in the order of race 2. Race 2 order 4263 will be made official shortly. Now in the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 4, Golden Spring. Golden Spring is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Reload out of Bell of Ascot, bred here in Ontario by Jennifer Ludi. Ridden to victory today by Leo Salez. Golden Spring is trained by Josh Robillard for Archie Lee. Second win of the season and second lifetime win for Golden Spring today. She goes gate to wire in the mud, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12:1. Congratulations to the connections of Golden Spring. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And it's official. Prices are up. Golden Spring returns $13.50 to win, $5.90 and $4.80. Second is the 2, She's Hot to Trot, $2.70 to place, $2.30. Third, number 6, Always Rosie, $5.20 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-2, $39.80. The $1 Try, 4-2-6, $80.40. $1 Super, 4-2-6-3, $125.50. And the $2 Double, 2-4, $72.10. And we want to wish a very happy Sweet 16 to Sheridan Chesney from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Happy birthday, Sheridan. And we want to announce we're going to have a special transitional post time next week. Next week's Monday and Tuesday races will begin at 2:30 for next week only. Changes for race 3. We're going to be off the turf. Race 3 will now be contested at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 2, It's a Birdie, and Vet scratched the number 3, Ashwicken. 16 minutes to post.
Race 3 kicks off the late pick 5. It was originally carted for the turf course, but now it moves to the main track here at a distance of 1.70 miles. Fillies and mares in the spotlight, in for the tag of $6,250. This is for non-winners of 3 Life. And looking at this group, obviously there are a couple of scratches in here, and I think there's a couple of questions that these horses need to answer. First off, the dirt for a few of them, but to me, more importantly, 2 turns. And I love the pick 5 wagering opportunities here. For me, this would be a spread race. If I had the budget to, I'd probably use the all button. I think it's that wide open on paper. I'll kick it off, though, with the number 5, Rumors Fly here for Kevin Buttigieg. Obviously, the win last time out was a decisive one. Was able to close from off of it, won by a length and a quarter. It was over a fast main track, though, at 1.70 miles. And I do like that this one was able to get the win on the main track. The question, though, today will be the off track. Does have experience, though, over a off main track in the past. You can go down the page and find that. It was over a good surface, and it was late last year. The question for this one is obviously it was in for 4,000 last time. This is a jump up in class. So for me, it couldn't single her in here. It does get a little bit of a weight break, but just a tough one to necessarily single on top, but I did kind of default into her as the top pick. The number 1, Hot Omelet, is a horse that's going to race with blinkers off. Also gets the weight break today, but more importantly, has some early foot and draws the inside, and that could be key here, as we've seen in our first 2 races. Yes, they were at sprint distances, but we saw speed prevailed in both of those events. I do think that this mare is going to be forwardly placed. Does have a dirt race under her belt. You have to go pretty far down the page to find it. She was able to win, and since then, she's been against $7,000 claimers up at Woodbine. This is the right spot for her to get back on the dirt. She could be very tough with the inside draw. Finally, the number 6, Queen Gypsy, another one trained by Kevin Buttigieg in this field. Maybe a little bit of a wild card. You can see no dirt experience to date, but does have plenty of experience around 2 turns. Most recently, though, that has been on the turf or the Tapeta up at Woodbine, and last time out didn't fare well. But that race 3 back, she's a pretty nice winner where she was forwardly placed. Mind you, it was on a different surface, and the fractions were pretty pedestrian-like. If you look at the opening splits in there, 25-1, 50-1 to the half for that 1.16 event. We'll see what you can do here. You can see has some works over the dirt. Has one more recently here at Fort Erie, and it was a good work. So maybe she'll be able to wake up here on the surface switch, and another one coming in from Woodbine, first time in the barn. But as I said, this is going to kick off the late pick 5, and it sure is a wide open event to get that wager started. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000 off the turf, traveling a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent pick 3, 20-cent super, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 3 post parade number 1 is Hot Omelette. Cheyenne Kerr rides for trainer Warren LeBlanc and owner Hoy Wing Ip. Scratch the 2 and 3. Number 4 is Lulu's Lullaby. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for owner trainer Sue Andrushko. Colebrook Farms own the number 5, Rumors Fly. Austin Adams in to ride for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Also from the barn of Kevin Buttigieg, number 6 is Queen Gypsy. Kirk Johnson riding for owners Lori Cirillo and Kelly Waxman. Completing the field, number 7 is Chrome's Angel. Leo Salas riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Terra Horse Farm Incorporated. Late pick 5 wagering kicking off here in race 3. Chrome's Angel. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading as it drizzles over Fort Erie Racetrack. First up is the 6-5 favorite, Hot Omelette, with Cheyenne Kerr. Hot Omelette making her Fort Erie debut. Lulu's Lullaby and Mark Lee Buchanan. Last out winner, Rumors Fly with Austin Adams. Queen Gypsy, another first-timer in Fort Erie. Kirk Johnson aboard. Last up will be Chrome's Angel and Leo Salas. All set. And they're off. Pretty level beginning. Hot Omelette rushing up the inside to take the early lead. Lulu's Lullaby racing between that one and Chrome's Angel, who's looking to find her way to the inside. Rumors Fly is along the rail, and the early trailer is going to be Queen Gypsy. Round the clubhouse turn they go, and now opening up 2.5 lengths, it is Hot Omelette and Cheyenne Kerr on top. Lulu's Lullaby out in the 3-path, racing in second. Chrome's Angel is working inside. Rumors Fly saving ground from fourth, and still at the back is Queen Gypsy. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. It is Hot Omelette leading the charge down the backstretch. The lead is 2.5. Lulu's Lullaby ahead better than Chrome's Angel in second. Then we have Queen Gypsy, who's now past Rumors Fly. They're closing in on Hot Omelette now. The lead is down to 3/4 of a length as Chrome's Angel comes off the rail to split horses. Lulu's Lullaby is 3 deep. Rumors Fly still saving ground, and off the rail is Queen Gypsy. 46 and 4 to the half. It is a quick pace as they race into the far turn, and now Hot Omelette is opening up again. The lead is 2. Chrome's Angel second. Lulu's Lullaby is tiring. Rumors Fly biding her time from the inside with Queen Gypsy splitting horses. 5/16 of a mile left to go. It is Hot Omelette still on top by 4, flashing the tail now. Chrome's Angel second along the rail. Rumors Fly still sitting on the inside with Lulu's Lullaby at the back and Queen Gypsy trying to rally. Well off the fence, it's Hot Omelette still leading the way. The lead is 3 lengths. Chrome Angel on the inside. Rumors Fly trying to rally past Queen Gypsy. Hot Omelette still going well within the furlong pole. It's Hot Omelette opening up again. Hot Omelette is up by 5, going on to a powerful victory here. Hot Omelette went to the front and improved the position, won by 6. Rumors Fly second best. Queen Gypsy up for third over Chrome's Angel. 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:42 and 4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 1, Hot Omelette. Second is the 5, Rumors Fly. Third, number 6, Queen Gypsy. And fourth, number 7, Chrome's Angel. Unofficial race 3 order, 1, 5, 6, 7. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 1, Hot Omelette. Hot Omelette is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Jiu Jitsu Jacks out of Cat Dan, bred here in Ontario by Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today by Cheyenne Kerr, Hot Omelette is trained by Warren LeBlanc for owner Hoy Wing Ip. Second win of the season for Hot Omelette, her third lifetime win. She goes gate to wire in her Fort Erie debut, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:42 and 4. Congratulations to the connections of Hot Omelette. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Hot Omelette returns $460 to win, $270 and $210. Second, number 5, Rumors Fly, $440 to place, $260. Third, number 6, Queen Gypsy, $230 to show. $2 exacta, 1.5, 19.20. The $1 try, 1.56, 32.25. $1 super, 1.567, $73 even. $2 double, 4-1, 41.70, and the $1 pick 3, $153.90. And a reminder, we're having a non-winning ticket draw here today. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning ticket and drop them in the basket at customer service for your chance to win one of 3 prize packages. Race 4 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes. On screen now, the show photo from race 3.
Race 4 up next, a $5,000 claiming event here for Colton Gelding. 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And decent field here, top to bottom. A lot of directions to go. I'm going to start here with the number 3, Free Square. This one, Leo Salas aboard here for Julie Mathis. Just missed last time out as the favorite. Was second behind Big Time Louie. Finished in front of Ace Destroyer. And you go down the page and kind of look at his performances. He's faced some pretty fast horses. Even 2 back, Shaku Maku, who we'll see here tomorrow in the opener. He's just been against some tough horses. And that's sort of a similar theme with a couple of the runners in here. And I'm just hoping that he's close enough to it and the pace might fall apart here at the 6.5 furlong distance. I think that's going to be key here for the speed. The one Mr. Banjo Man shows early foot, and you have to think maybe Sanyani will be somewhat forward, but I think the question with the inside runner is the distance. So I do go to the number 3, Free Square, hopefully getting that trip just off the pace. I mentioned Mr. Banjo Man. Just from a pace perspective, he makes a lot of sense. He was 3rd and 2nd in his last 2 outings, one of which was at this distance. Last time out, he tried 6.5. It was just against way tougher competition. You look at that group just on September 2nd. The winner, Blue Max, came back to win next time out with a pretty big Beyer speed figure. And obviously, going down for 5,000, Mr. Banjo Man makes a lot of sense, but I just have a little bit of a reservation about 6.5 furlongs. If it was 6, 5.5, I might feel differently, but we'll just see what happens here if he gets any pressure early or just can get the distance in general. Finally, the number 2, He's a Shooter, was able to win 2 starts back. He did it quite nicely. He was in for the same price tag that he is in for today. He was forward. He opened up a sizable lead, and I think the main thing to look at is that was a race at 1 mile and 70 yards. He went 22 and 4 to the opening quarter, 45 and 3 to the half. That is blistering, and for him to still be much the best, I found very impressive, and I was kind of thinking that next time out we might see him in a 1-turn race, and it didn't happen last time out. They kept him at 2 turns, 1 mile and a 16th, and he tried to do the same thing. He actually went slower, and he got caught in the end by Vincenzio, a horse that we will see tomorrow as well on the Tuesday program. So for him, he's getting back down to this level. He has early foot. We'll see how fast he goes. I think when you kind of look at Kirk Johnson aboard, He's a Shooter. He knows how fast his horse can go, but he's obviously going to know that there is speed to his inside as well. So with all that said, I'm hoping that it does set up for the number 3, Free Square, who should be in that nice trip just off the pace. So for me, 3-1-2 here in race number 4. Don't forget, this is going to kick off the late pick 4 wagering opportunity. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 4 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 4 Post Parade, number 1 is Mr. Banjo Man. Tanika Wolf rides for trainer Dale Powell and owner Up Top Racing Stables, LLC. Number 2 is He's a Shooter. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Also competing for Bruno Schickadans and Julie Mathis is the number 3 Free Square. The rider is Leo Salas. Number 4 is Four Nights. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Mike Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. Number 5 is Sunyani. Juan Crawford pilots for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Fortunato Galati. Number 6 is Dots Vision. Omar Marino riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Gerald Erfel. Completing the field, number 7, Jack the Cat. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Late pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Race 6 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 3 Free Square. 5-2 support on the number 1 Mr. Banjo Man. Solid field of 7 open 5,000 claimers to kick off the late pick 4 on today's card. First in, Mr. Banjo Man with Tanika Wolf. He's a Shooter and Kirk Johnson. One of 2 for Bruno Schickedans and Julie Mathis. Stablemate Free Square with Leo Salas. Four Knights and Melanie Pinto. Sunyani and Juan Crawford. Dots Vision with Omar Marino. Last in will be Jack the Cat and Pierre Mailhot. All set. And they're off. He's a Shooter out quickly. Mr. Banjo Man coming up the fence to put the pressure on. Third on the inside is Free Square with Dots Vision racing wide. Then it's a gap of 2 to 4 Knights, who's racing on the inside of Jack the Cat. The early trailer is Sunyani. Mr. Banjo Man has advanced up the inside and put the head in front of He's a Shooter. Free Square is stalking from the 3 path in third. This one is 4 lengths better than Dots Vision and 4 Knights. Then we have Sunyani, who's racing a length and a half better than the new trailer, Jack the Cat. A quick opening quarter of 22 and 2. They race into the turn, and Mr. Banjo Man has opened up a length on He's a Shooter as they race within the 3 furlong pole. Free Square still racing in third with 3 lengths to make up on the leaders. He now comes under a ride as 4 Knights gains momentum on the inside. Dots Vision stalling. Still at the back, Sunyani and Jack the Cat. 45 flat to the half. They swing for the drive, and it is Mr. Banjo Man still leading the way over He's a Shooter. Plenty of room up the fence for 4 Knights. Free Square is tailed off. Jack the Cat trying to rally from the back. Mr. Banjo Man looking to make all the running, but he's going to have to fend off 4 Knights. 4 Knights slipping up the inside with Melanie Pinto. Mr. Banjo Man tries to cling on, but 4 Knights gets up. 4 Knights by a length over Mr. Banjo Man. He's a Shooter was third. Fourth was Sunyani. 6.5 furlongs and 1:17 and 3. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 4, 4 Knights at 25 to 1. Second, number 1, Mr. Banjo Man. Third, number 2, He's a Shooter. And fourth, number 5, Sunyani. Unofficial race 4 order, 4-1-2-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 4, 4 Knights. Four Nights is a 9-year-old dark Bear brown gelding by More Than Ready out of Happy Now. Bred in Kentucky by Fred Herdich and John Fielding. Rallying up the fence under Melanie Pinto, Four Nights is trained by Mike Blake for Pass I Peach Stables. Third win in 5 starts for Four Nights, his 10th lifetime score. He completes the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:17 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Four Nights. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. Prices are up. Four Nights pays $56.20 to win, $15.50 and $9.90. Second, number 1, Mr. Banjo Man, $5.10 to place, $3.70. Third, number 2, He's a Shooter, $5 to show. Big exotic prices here. The $2 exacta 4-1, $266.80. The $1 try 4-1-2, $645.45. $1 super 4125, $3,445.60. $2 double 14, $83.30, and the $1 pick 3, $368. We had a couple of claims out of race 4. The number 1, Mr. Banjo Man, claimed by owner-trainer Jeff Voice. Also claimed was the number 7, Jack the Cat, claimed by Icon Racing Stables, moves to the barn of trainer Tony Adamo. Race 5 changes. We have an overweight on the number 3, Red Eleanor, 2 pounds over at 122. 17 minutes to post. Could Gloria Lusk and John Grinsteins report to customer service? You are the first two winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw today. That's Gloria Lusk and John Grinstein. Please report to customer service.
Getting ready here for the upcoming fifth race, the final pick 3 wagering opportunity on the card. 6.5 furlongs is the distance for these fillies and mares, allowance level, non-winners of 3 life. And on paper, there's one horse to beat, and that certainly is the number 5, Frack-A-Moore. 2 starts ago, she was able to graduate here over the main track, and more recently, she scored a bit of an upset in the Rondo Bay. That was on Prince of Wales Day. She had to face some horses coming in from Woodbine, but already tackled stakes competition in their career. She made the lead there, and kind of looking at what the halftime went there for the opening half of a mile. They were fractions that were certainly well within her reach. She got a great ride from Justin Stein, who has been very familiar with her throughout, and she ended up being much the best. She paid $21.60 to win in that spot. I think she simply is the one to beat here, and the main difference today compared to some of her other races obviously would be the track conditions. The last 2 times we've seen her over a fast track, but today there is moisture in the ground, but I still think she is the one to beat on paper. I think if you're trying to beat her, maybe you go to her outside, the number 6, Clara You the Best. This is a daughter of Amise Holiday, who was able to win last time out. It was her first start in a couple of months. She was ready to roll off the shelf. She faced allowance level non-winners of 2 life, and the main thing, it was at 6 furlongs, but it was over a sloppy track, and she closed. She only had 4 other rivals in that field. She was in front of 1 horse early on, but she rallied late. She ended up winning by a length and a half, and I thought it was a very nice performance from her. She could certainly take a step forward, second off the freshening, and just like that, she has a race under her belt where it was over and off track. So for me, 5, 6 in terms of the top 2. From there, I thought it was wide open, and I thought I'd go to what I think will be a price come post time, the number 1, Dixie Morning. This one for Angel Carter. I know this horse didn't race well last time out, but it was on the turf course. It was about 7/8 as the distance, allowance level. She faced some decent horses in there, and there was an upset in there, a big price on top, but I'm just curious to see her on the dirt. She's only had 1 other dirt start. It came last year, or actually I should say 2 years ago, in the Rondo Bay, and obviously it was stakes competition. I thought she ran okay. She was able to close to finish mid-pack in that field of 7. She finished 4th. Just really curious about her getting back on the dirt, and like I said, she'll certainly offer more value than the other 2 fillies that I mentioned towards the outside of the starting gate. But I do think this is Frack-A-Moore's race to win. I do think, kind of looking at that performance last time out, I think her connections will have some loftier sights in their future based on the win in the Rondo Bay, but a nice spot for her to try to get her 3rd career victory. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $24,600. Race 5 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Dixie Morning. Leo Salas rides for owner-trainer Angel Carter. Krista Clemmer owns and trains the number 2, Tipring. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 3 is Red Eleanor. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 4 is Castleton. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Born to Run Racing Stable. Number 5 is Frackamore. Justin Stein in to ride for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Completing the field, number 6 is Clara You the Best. Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Sean Rideout and owner Thomas Lau. Final pick 3 of the day coming up here in race 5. Race 5 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Heavy favorite at 2-5 is the number 5 Frackamore on the heels of a win in the Rondo Bay Stakes on Prince of Wales Day. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race 5. First to come up will be Dixie Morning and Leo Salas. Dixie Morning steps up. Tipring with Edgar Zenteno. Red Eleanor and Mark Lee Buchanan. Castleton with Kirk Johnson. Rondo Bay winner Frackamore and Justin Stein. Last in will be Clara You the Best and Pierre Mailhot. All set. And they're off. Frackamore out sharply. Tipring showing some early speed. Red Eleanor between horses with Castleton. Dixie Morning is along the fence, and the early trailer is going to be Clara You the Best. In a surprising twist, it's not Frackamore coming out on top. It's Red Eleanor leading by 1.5. Second on the outside is Tipring with Dixie Morning up the fence. Fourth racing wide is Frackamore at 2-5. Then we have Clara You the Best, and the new trailer is Castleton. The opening quarter was 22-4. Red Eleanor continues to lead the way. Dixie Morning on the inside had to take back a little bit. Tipring is racing in second. Frackamore 3 wide. Clara You the Best asked for a little more from fifth, 3 lengths off the leaders, and it's well back to Castleton, who must be 10 lengths behind. They reach the half in 46 flat. Red Eleanor now taken on by Tipring, who puts the head in front. Frackamore right there, 4 deep as they swing for the drive. There's a split for Dixie Morning if good enough. 4 across the track at the head of the lane, and Red Eleanor finds a little more. Tipring is second. Frackamore going to have to work for it. Dixie Morning between horses. Red Eleanor and Tipring are duking this one out. Tipring on the outside. Red Eleanor. Here comes Clara You the Best up the fence. They're coming down to the wire. It's Red Eleanor, Tipring. Red Eleanor, Tipring. Red Eleanor holds on. Red Eleanor, it's a photo for place between Clara You the Best and Tipring. Frackamore not good enough today. 6.5 furlongs in 1:18-3. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 3, Red Eleanor. In the photo for place, it's the number 6, Clara You the Best, over the 2, Tipring. Fourth was number 5, Frackamore. Unofficial race 5 order, 3, 6, 2, 5. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 3, Red Eleanor. Red Eleanor is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Old Forester out of Morna, bred here in Ontario by Dr. Paul O'Brien and John Carey. Ridden to victory today by Mark Lee Buchanan, Red Eleanor is trained by Eric Raganoth for Bruno Schickadans. That's a double on the card for Bruno Schickadans. Red Eleanor is a second-time winner this year, her third lifetime win in 13 starts. She completes the 6 1/2 furlong distance in a time of 1:18.3. Congratulations to the connections of Red Eleanor. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Red Eleanor returns $10.90 to win, $6.70 and $6.20. Second, number 6, Clara You the Best, $7.10 to place and $8 to show. Third, number 2, T'Pring, $19.10 to show. $2 exacta, 3.6, $79.90. The $1 try, 3.62, $157.55. $1 super, 3.625, $404.65. $2 double, 4.3, $523.70. $1 pick 3, $306.20. 20-cent pick 4 returned $2,590. And the 20-cent pick 5, $6,140.02. And another reminder that next week we're going to have our special transitional post times. Next week's races will begin at 2:30. 2:30 post time on September 30th and October 1st. And another reminder that we're having a non-winning ticket draw today. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning ticket and drop them in the basket at customer service for your chance to win 1 in 3 prize packages. Changes for race 6 were off the turf. Race 6 will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Stewart scratches of the number 5, Turf and Surf, number 6, Joy in the Battle, and 9, Seeds of Grandeur. Scratch numbers 5, 6, and 9. 17 minutes to post.
Race 6 up next, originally carted for the turf course at about 7 furlongs, so moves to 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. It's a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares, and tough little group here. A lot of these horses obviously aiming for the grass, and they're going to have to adjust here on the main track, and I think that benefits a horse such as the number 4 Sweet Serenade. Melanie Pinto had a nice win earlier today with 4 Nights. We'll look to do the same here with Eric Raganath, who actually he was able to win the most recent race today, scored an upset there with Red Eleanor. I think in the case of Sweet Serenade, she only has that one dirt race under her belt, and I thought it was a decent third. She was third behind one of her rivals in here, Pluie d'Avril, and then Donna Rama, who's in tomorrow on the program. And different ball game. It was going a mile and a 16th. I think she's a curious type now, turning back to a one-turn distance. In terms of her Tomlinson number on a wet track, it's very high. It's a 458, and she's been very consistent. Look at the spots that she's been in. Most recently, second behind Menagerie in the Molson Cup. I thought she ran a very strong race, and prior to that, she was an easy winner on the turf course. We'll see what she can do now in her second career dirt start. I'll use her on top. I mentioned the name already, Pluie d'Avril. I'll use her underneath. She obviously has dirt experience, and when you look at this group on paper, only 2 horses have dirt wins. She's one of them. She's a 2-time winner on the dirt. Both of those events, though, over a fast main track. She just hasn't had the punch that she's needed in her last 2. I thought last time out, just in terms of the race, she pressed the pace and then faded in there to finish 6th. She didn't have anything left in reserve late. Then prior to that, I think the trip that she wanted was a little bit more of a mid-pack trip, and it worked out okay for her. She finished 4th, but she missed by less than 3 lengths. You can see 3 starts back. She was able to pick up a win this season. It came at a mile and a 16th here on the dirt course. She stalked early and made a late move and ended up drawing clear to be much the best. We'll see what she can do, though. Another one that's going to cut back in distance out of 3 consecutive 2-turn events. And finally, Menagerie would have been my top pick here had we been on the turf course. The dirt, though, is a question for her. Mind you, she's only had 3 starts over the dirt. The most recent time was last year in the Molson Cup, where in terms of her trip, she just was kind of towards the back of the pack. She was not able to close in that race, and she finished 5th. But speaking of the Molson Cup, she raced again in it this year. It was finally on the grass, and she just was explosive in the lane, was able to pick up the win. At a huge price, she returned over $50 to win in that spot. She has a win streak intact now, 3 consecutive victories, though they've all been on the turf. So we'll take a shot with her here on the Fort Erie main track. As I mentioned, only a handful of dirt races under her belt, but we'll see what she can do. Kirk Johnson booked to ride, and we know Kirk typically likes to put them into action early, so we'll see what he does with her. She's typically closing from pretty far back. A lot here will depend on the pace, though, and on paper, does look like the number 1 Spirit Belle should be able to kind of shake things up early. She'll try to sneak away from this field, and hopefully it does set up for some of the closers here at the 6.5 furlong trip. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a starter optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We are off the turf. Race 6 will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track, going for a purse of $21,300. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade. Number 1 is Spirit Bell. Edgar Zenteno riding for owner-trainer Sam Melly. Number 2 is Stormy Susie. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner Pier 1 Stables. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 3, A Wild as Treasure. The rider is Pierre Mailhot. Number 4 is Sweet Serenade. Melanie Pinto riding for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Chickadans. Scratch numbers 5 and 6. Number 7 is Menagerie. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 8 is Pluie d'Avril. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Scratch the 9, 1 minute to post for race 6. Late double wagering kicks off here. Fillies and Mares for race 6 set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 2-1 is the Molson Cup winner, number 7, Menagerie. Co-favorite at 2-1 is the 4, Sweet Serenade. 3-1 support on the number 8, Pluie d'Avril. Late double wagering offered here in race 6. The first to come up is Spirit Bell with Edgar Zenteno. Stormy Susie and Amanda Vandermeersch. A Wildest Treasure with Pierre Mailhot. Sweet Serenade and Melanie Pinto. Sweet Serenade steps up. Menagerie, the Molson Cup winner, and Kirk Johnson, currently 8-5. Last in will be Pluie d'Avril and Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. Spirit Bell out like a shot from the rail. It's going to be Spirit Bell making the early pace. A line of 4 behind that one. Stormy Susie, A Wildest Treasure, Sweet Serenade, and Pluie d'Avril. At the back early, Menagerie going to have to come from last. Spirit Bell is out on a 2-length lead. Into second on the outside is Pluie d'Avril, now racing a length better than A Wildest Treasure as this field strings themselves out. Sweet Serenade is into 4th. Stormy Susie 5th, and the trailer is still Menagerie. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter. Spirit Bell leads the way, but now being tackled by Pluie d'Avril. A gap of 2 back to A Wildest Treasure, who's racing in 3rd. Up the inside, Sweet Serenade. Then we have a gap of 4 back to Stormy Susie, and Menagerie still at the back. Midway round the turn, the half was 46-1. Spirit Bell trying to battle back from the challenge of Pluie d'Avril. Sweet Serenade has room up the fence. A Wildest Treasure 4th, and Menagerie has just passed Stormy Susie. At the head of the lane, Sweet Serenade taking control easily. It's Sweet Serenade up by 2. Spirit Bell and Pluie d'Avril up the fence is Menagerie, but Sweet Serenade is opening up. It is Sweet Serenade up by 4. Menagerie into second. Stormy Susie running well, but Sweet Serenade on top. Sweet Serenade by 3.5. Menagerie rallied to be second, then Stormy Susie and Spirit Bell. 6.5 furlongs and 118-2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 4, Sweet Serenade. Second is the 7, Menagerie. Third, number 2, Stormy Susie. And fourth, number 1, Spirit Bell. Unofficial race 6 order, 4-7-2-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 4, Sweet Serenade. Sweet Serenade is a 6-year-old bay mare by Tonalist out of Maya Strike, bred in Kentucky by Robert Evans. Another fence rallying victory today for Melanie Pinto. She earns a double on the card. Also earning a double is trainer Eric Raganoff, and that's 3 wins on the day for owner Bruno Schickadans. Sweet Serenade's second win of the season, her 4th lifetime win in 24 starts. She completes the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:18.2. Congratulations to the connections of Sweet Serenade. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. And race 6 is official. Prices are up. Sweet Serenade returns $5.50 to win, $3.10 and $2.50. Second, number 7, Menagerie, $6 to place, $3.80. Third, number 2, Stormy Susie, $7.40 to show. $2 exacta 4-7, $28.20. The $1 try, 472, $97.60. $1 super, 4721, $351, 35 cents. $2 double, 3-4, $26.60. And the $1 pick 3, $914, 65 cents. Changes for race 7. We have a rider change on the number 5, Can't Glide by Cats. Make the rider Fraser Abley. Correct the weight to 124 pounds. 17 minutes to post.
Ready for the finale here on the Monday program. It's a $4,000 claiming event for colts and geldings that have not won a race in 2024 or 4 races in their career. 6.5 furlongs here is the distance. And talk about a big field, one of the biggest one we've had all season. 11 runners here ready to square off and very wide open. I think the top board's going to reflect that. I did land on the number 6 Bait and Switch as my top pick, who been a little disappointed in those last 2 efforts, but I thought last time out at least finished third behind Bound Lucky and former Horse of the Year at Fort Erie. Strong ending. I thought it was an okay performance. Gets a different rider today. Amanda Vandermeer's booked to ride and drops in claiming price. He's done very little wrong here over the main track. 4 for 4 in the money. I think from a distance perspective, I think the 6.5 really does suit him well. So we'll see what he can do here with the moisture in the main track. To his outside, the number 7 Union Colonels, who I used underneath. I mean, just a really consistent type for Rob Warner, and he's been that sort of year after year. Last year, though, he was a 3-time winner, and a lot of those races you can see turf. Turf really is his preferred surface. But I will say, at least last time out, it was in a race here at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. I thought he raced well. He was third. Amazing success, won that event and came back to win next time out, so I think that flatters him. And he only missed by a length, so I do think he finds himself in a spot today against the $4,000 level where maybe he can get his first win locally here on the main track. And finally, the number 2, Jade's Dream, is who I used in the third spot. You can see has a ton of dirt racing under his belt. And yes, he's just 2 for 23 over the dirt. But I will say both of those races have been over a wet main track. And I thought last time out at the mile and 70-yard distance, he ran okay. It was one of those races on paper that I loved. Baytown Elvis. It was his second time on the dirt. He looked like the horse to beat, and no one could beat him. But at least this horse was able to close from off of it. And now just curious to see him cut back in distance. That was at a mile and 70 yards. You can see for much of his career, he's been going around 2 turns, but a little intriguing now on the cutback. But for me, it was torn between the 6 and the 7, and did go to the number 6, Bait and Switch, who's at least proven here locally on the main track and at the distance. Good luck.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Could Gene Consley report to customer service? You are a winner of the non-winning ticket prize draw. That's Gene Consley. Please report to customer service. Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2024 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Bocelli. Michael David rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Number 2 is Jade's Dream. Terry Husbands riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3, Executive Chairman. Juan Crawford has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Michael Green. Hesty Sport Incorporated own the number 4, Musical Stride. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Richard Davis. Number 5 is Can't Glide by Cats. Fraser Abley picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 6 is Bait and Switch. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer Tony Alderson and owner Glenn Alderson. Number 7 is Union Colonel. Pierre Mailhot rides. Robert Warner trains and part owns with Nancy Warner. Come back to the 8. Number 9 is Great Go-Go. Emil Ramsamy riding for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Number 10 is Loquacious. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Catherine Morissette. Completing the field, number 11 is Readouts Light. Leo Salas riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in race 7. The rain is falling here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Correction here in race 7, we have a rider change. The number 2, Jade's Dream, is being ridden by Alexis Sanchez. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time by order of the stewards. Scratch the number 8, Forrester Humor. Take out number 8, Forrester Humor. Win, play, show, exactor, try, super, and high five wagers on Forrester Humor will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double paid onto Forrester Humor. And if you were live to Forrester Humor in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, late scratch of the number 8, Forrester Humor, and a correction of the riders. Number 2, Jade's Dream, is being ridden by Alexis Sanchez. Race 7 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 2-1 is the number 6, Bait and Switch. 5-2 support on the number 3, Executive Chairman. Looks like a tack adjustment on the number 11, Readouts Light. Field of 10 for the Jackpot High 5 tonight at Fort Erie. And Leo Sala's back aboard Readouts Light. Looks like we're set to actually begin loading here. Bocelli will be the first to come up with Michael David. Bocelli steps up. Jade's Dream and Alexis Sanchez. Executive Chairman and Juan Crawford. Musical Stride and Edgar Zenteno to gate 4. Can't Glide by Cats and Fraser Abley. Bait and Switch with Amanda Vandermeersch, currently the 2-1 favorite. Union Colonel, Pierre Mailhot. Great Go-Go and Emil Ramsamy. Loquacious with Kirk Johnson. Last in will be Readouts Light with Leo Salas. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. Jade's Dream broke a touch slowly. Great Go-Go is showing speed from the outside. Union Colonel also hard-ridden early. A cluster behind that one. In between horses, Musical Stride with Can't Glide by Cats. Executive Chairman is saving ground. Then it's a gap of 3 to Loquacious, racing on the outside of Bait and Switch. Jade's Dream is advancing on the inside after the slow break. At the back early are Readouts Light and Bocelli. The opening quarter was 22-2, and that hard riding has led Union Colonel to the front, racing a length and a half better than Great Go-Go. A gap of 3 more to Can't Glide by Cats. Executive Chairman trying to slip up the inside, passing Musical Stride. Then we have Jade's Dream, Bait and Switch, Bocelli on the fence. Loquacious has dropped back, and Readouts Light is still at the back. The field is spread out by 15 lengths as they reach the quarter pole. The half was a quick 45-2. Union Colonel has the lead, but here comes Executive Chairman angling to the outside. Executive Chairman puts the head in front of Union Colonel. Can't Glide by Cats third on the inside. Jade's Dream is coming from the back and deep on the course. Bait and Switch. It is Executive Chairman and Union Colonel head and head with a 16th of a mile to travel. Executive Chairman, Union Colonel fighting back on the inside. Union Colonel gets the head back in front. It's Union Colonel by a neck. Union Colonel over Executive Chairman. A photo for show between Bait and Switch and Can't Glide by Cats. Then Jade's Dream. 6.5 and 118-1. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 7, Union Colonel. Second is the 3, Executive Chairman. Third, number 6, Bait and Switch. Fourth, number 5, Can't Glide by Cats. In for fifth for the high 5 was number 2, Jade's Dream. Unofficial race 7 order is 73652. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 7, Union Colonel. Union Colonel is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Colonel John out of Dinner with DC, bred in Kentucky by K&G Stables. Ridden to victory today by Pierre Mailhot, Union Colonel is trained by Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. 7th lifetime win for this 7-year-old who went off as the number 7, 7-1 in the 7th race. Union Colonel completed the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:18 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Union Colonel. Race 7 is now official. Union Colonel returned $16 to win, $5.90 and $3.60. Second was number 3, Executive Chairman, $3.90 to place, $2.40. Third, number 6, Bait and Switch, $2.20 to show. $2 Exacta, $7.3, $50.40. The $1 Try, $7.36, $61.65. $1 Super, $7.365, $287.85. 20-cent High Five, 73652, returns $333.02. The carryover into tomorrow's card will be $3,616.82. $2 Double, 47, returns $38.40. The consolation double with the late scratch number 8, $4.20. $1 Pick 3, $131.35. $1 Late Pick 4, $11,092.90. And the $1 Late Pick 5, $9,179.40. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Tomorrow's carryover will be $3,616.82. Racing will resume tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 3 p.m. And a reminder, next week we're going to have special transitional post time. Next week's races will begin at 2:30 on Monday and Tuesday. That's next week. First post will be 2:30. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern is coming up on October 14th, starting at noon. Halloween fun for families here at the track. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the Monday action here on a drizzly day at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us here today. We will be back tomorrow starting at 3 p.m., hopefully with better weather. Enjoy the rest of your Monday night and see you tomorrow at 3.